That makes it sound like there was an old gacha system debugging the new gacha system. Okay. Okay. It was working until it wasn't. No, it's kind of working. So right now, well, let's just play it, right? But when I was looking at it last night, most of the results are fine. Actually, let me do something as well. Did I? Okay, let's try not clearing the cache. And then a multi-results. So that needs to go. That needs to go. That needs to go. Okay. Not text. Whoa. Cannot assign get text because it is a for each iteration variable. Yeah, I know. It's meant to be. It's meant to be. Oh, also it's an array. It's an array. Okay, we can't do it like that. Okay, what we could do is we could do int text index equals 0, and we could say stop doing text, and we could say texture 2D gets text. Oh, we didn't even need to do that. We just said text results at text index equals null, and then we increment text index. That's what we do. All right, that's better. All right, let's see what happens. Let's float that over there. They all float, Billy Boy. Billy Boy. They all float, Billy Boy. Do you like balloons, Billy? Do you like them? The first one is usually fine. Tattered string bow. Trainee sword. Nicked practice sword. That would be good for girl brush. 2 nicked practice swords, dull iron blade, wobbly mage staff, apprentice axe, Suzu, tattered string bow, tattered string bow. Okay, that one was fine. I have 45,000 currency and it doesn't fit in the box. Okay, let's do another. Okay, we've got rain, dusty oak staff, tattered string bow. There we go, there's our first error. Right, hang on. So what went wrong? What went wrong? Okay, so our first result was character index 8. Wait a minute, am I doing this right? I just realized I'm doing this wrong. Right, okay, let me show you what I'm doing. Muckers! Me old muckers, how you doing, me old muckers? How's it been? You been doing alright, me muckers? Aye. You taking care of yourself, muckers? Alright, sorry about that, I don't know what came over me. My whole T-side thing just took over. It's just the kind of thing that people would say around here to each other. Because they're all crazy. Now you know why I'm crazy. No, actually that's nothing to do with why I'm crazy. Okay, here's the issue. 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 Yeah, I've done this wrong. What I've done is I've put in all the obtainable R's in here, right? Okay, I know what I need to do. I need to look up. When I look at the results, what am I assuming the result is? So we should be going off asset index -1 in the rarity table. Yeah, but when I had this, right, and then it was saying, it was trying to give me character index 0. So it can, and that's what made the whole thing fall apart. No, so I am doing this right then. Let's see if this is correct. I think I am doing it right. So, but character index 8, I guess, is meant to be, that would, okay, if it counts from 0, that would need to be our character 1. Yeah. Our character 1. What am I talking about? Yeah, 0 would be our character 1. So character index 8 should be our character 9, which should have been Chloe. No, because it's an R. I'm full of shit. The R's on this banner are weapons. So in that case, it is weapon 9. Yeah, that's impossible. No, it's not impossible. Okay. Ah! Right. The way this is supposed to work is what we're saying is what they obtained was the 9th R rarity asset, right? So if we look at our R rarity assets, so index 8 is WB04. So WB04 is what that's supposed to be. So if we check WB04, it should have been the novice's bow. Let's start again. I'm so fucking lost right now. Let's just start again. So we can make sure that everything lines up. Okay, let's do a 10 poll. There's our result from the server. Right, we got the nicked practice sword. It should have been, even though it says character index, really that's an asset index. So it's the 12th. So if we go to index 11 on the R, it should be this one here. This should be right. So I don't think this is the problem. So weapon rod 02. Oh, well, that's not right then, is it? Okay, there's something's definitely wrong then. Oh, wait, it's an SR. Fuck. It's an SR. Ignore me. Okay, so we go to the SR list. An SR index. Wait, it's totally wrong if it's an SR. I'm looking at an R. What the fuck? No, this is not right at all. This is not right at all. This is not right at all. Yeah, we know it's not right because we're not even in the right fucking... But I don't know if that's what it was trying... If, like, where's the problem? Is the problem on interpreting the results, or is the problem on loading the images? Okay, let's go through one step at a time. There's a problem somewhere here. Things are not lining up properly. So let's just debug the result as well. There. And it should say what the PNG should be. So this will tell us whether the interpretations are correct or not. I think the first 10 pull is always correct, but let me just sanity check that. Okay, so our first result is wobbly mage staff. So it's from the R table, which is this one. And it's index 11. So it should have been weapon rod 02. Right? Is that weapon rod 02? Let's close that. No! Crooked birch rod. And what does it say in here? It says weapon rod 02. So we successfully identified, right, we're getting the wrong image then? What the fuck? Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put, let's match each result. Right, we've got to get to the bottom of this. We're going to put the result of the debug above each one of these. For some reason I did WA there because I'm an idiot. Okay, let me just put the results in there. Or make sure that they match what they're supposed to be. I think these are correct, but then why? I'm doing this to see whether is the weapon rod. Well, we can have a look. We need to find out what that file is, and then we'll do a string search to see if it's in the results. Is it just mixing the results up? Like, why is it showing me wobbly mage stuff? That's not at all what we're supposed to get. Right, then I'm going to write down what we received on the image just to see why things aren't, see if we can figure out why things aren't lining up. So the first thing we saw, and I'll put it in square brackets, is the wobbly mage staff, which is indeed a rod. Wait, according to this should be WRO2. Yeah, that should be crooked birch rod. Yeah, we got staff, not rod. We got the wrong category. Alright, what does it say we got next? It said we got a Nozomi next. Now that is correct. This one's correct because there's only one SSR it can be. But it's saying... Yeah, saying SSR should be loading character 006. I'm assuming that's correct. Yeah, Nozomi is 006. Okay, so this one's correct. So we did actually get Nozomi, which is correct. So what I'll do is I'll put a circle, I'll put a cross if it's wrong, and I'll put a circle if it's correct. Okay, so next up, we got Rusty Hand Axe, WAO2. WAO2. That one's correct as well. Okay, that one's correct. So what the fuck happened at the beginning then? Then we got beginner's focus. WSO3. That's correct. So is it only the first one that's wrong? I am so confused. Okay, go next. Splintered staff. I bet these are all right now. There's like some misalignment issue somewhere. Splintered staff, WSO4. Is correct. Okay, then we got trainee sword. WW02. Oh, hang on, that's WS. WW02. Wait, that's wrong as well. Wait, no, hang on. WW03. Trainee sword, yeah, that's correct. We're sure the top one's wrong, yeah? WR, which is weapon rod. 02. Well, we got a wobbly mage staff, which is the wrong category. That's so weird. I'm pretty sure the rest of these are going to be correct now. Initiate's rod. WRO3. Yeah, that's correct. Then we got an SR of character 008, which is showing as Sheena. 008 is Sheena. So that's correct. Nicked practice sword. WW04 is correct. And last but not least, we got a wobbly mage staff again. Is that correct? WSO2. I think the wobbly mage staff WSO2. Wasn't that what it said at the top? That must be overwriting the other one, I think. WSO2 is actually correct. Good morning, Canthia. Yeah, wobbly mage staff is correct. So the incorrect entry was a wobbly mage staff. So it looks like the final correct entry, the final correct result is overwriting the first result. Right, so it's identifying the correct asset during the rolling system, but the image is showing up wrong. So the bug's got to be in here. And that's being reset. Because that would throw it off. Image result enabled equals true. But we say show next. Okay. Okay, I think that's why. I think it's because the way it used to work, we need to show next on enable, I think. I think that'll fix it. Okay, I think that'll fix it. All right, let's try that. Let's clear that out. Right, flickering wand. So let's get our message back from the server. Okay, so flickering wand. The result we got by interpretation, flickering wand. Okay, it should have been, no, it's wrong, it's still wrong. It should be an SR. It should be character 004, so that's wrong as well. It's still wrong. What the fuck is happening? So the interpretation is probably correct. We should be looking at index 1. No, sorry, index 2, because we do count from 0 on here as well. So index 2 in the SR table. So index 2 should be character 004, which is what it found. That is correct. This should be Setsu. This should be Setsu. So that's the first entry is still wrong. What the fuck? Okay, let's just see what... Right, so we know this is correct. We don't need to debug that. We know this is correct. We know that images are showing up incorrectly. So let's see if the image requests are correct. Okay, let's see if they line up. This is some weird thing that's happening. Okay, the result, we saw the nicked practice sword. We should have gotten weapon from the R table index 11. So we should have gotten WR02. And we did receive a request for WR02. Okay, so WR02 is what we interpreted, which is correct. So let's mark that as correct. Image request, text request also got WR02. So that is also correct. However, WR02 is not a sword because it's a rod. So that is incorrect. WR02 should have been the crooked birch rod. So that is incorrect. So the image, the texture request is correct. So we should be returning the texture request. Unless we're sending it to the wrong control. Well, let's try and rule out what could be going wrong. Let's make sure that both sides of that are working correctly. So we know that the URL is correct. What about the output control? I mean, it should be fine because texture index is driven by the pull counter. So it should go from 0 to 9. But let's just make sure. Alright, let's just make sure. Yep, texture index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that side is fine. The bug is not there. The bug is not there. Okay. So it has to be in here still. Where is it going wrong? I don't understand. Can we get like a... Do these textures have any kind of information about them or not? Probably not. I mean, what could we possibly get about them? They do have a name. Where is this going wrong? I don't understand. It's the first, the last. This makes no sense. The last result is overwriting the first result. I don't even know how the fuck that's happening. Unassigned reference. So that would suggest. Wait, is multi-results coming on too quickly? Wait. That would suggest that on enable. Yeah, we're opening multi-results before we fucking get the message back from the server? Jeez, no, we're just not working. Is that what's happening? How the fuck is that happening? Okay, no wonder it's not working. Okay. There's a few ways we can fix this. Okay, now I know why it's not working. Okay, what I'll do is I'll start coroutine, wait for first. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say wait 1/10 of a second, which is probably only need to do it once, and we'll say texture 2D text equals text results at result index, well, at 0, and then if text is not null, is ready equals true, and then we can say show next. Okay, I think that'll fix it. I think that was the issue. I think I figured it out. Okay, that makes sense why it wasn't working. I still don't know how the last entry was replacing the first entry. That's kind of weird. I should have left that. Okay, we got Sweetie first. Character index 4. Ah, it's still wrong. Ah! It's still wrong. It's still wrong. Why is it still wrong? This is actually driving me insane. Right, we saw Sweetie. What the fuck is happening? My guess is Sweetie will be the last entry. Sweetie is not the last entry. Is that Sweetie? Character index 9 on the SR list. Is character 13, 013. sweetie. So she's in the results, but why is she showing up first? This makes no fucking sense. Why is this happening? I'm frustrated because I don't see an issue in the code anywhere. Like, it should be fine, and I don't understand what is happening. And that actually drives me nuts when I don't understand what is even happening. Well, I'm obviously missing something. I must be missing something. But what is it and where is it? Right, let's have a look. Let's just chill out. Right, I'm checking multi-result. Do they all have textures in? Yeah. And they all look correct. That texture is not this texture. And it should be this texture. I can see here that that's a fucking... You can see there it's like an axe of some kind. And I bet if we check our result, it's supposed to be an axe. It'll be a WA. So we want to look on the R table index 4. What did I say? WA. It should be WA05. That is the correct texture. So the textures are correct. The issue is in the presentation of the interface. What the fuck is happening? Why has it got this texture in it? But let's try and do what I was doing originally. I don't know what this is going to tell me, but I'm desperate to find the issue. So I'm trying anything I can think of. Because I don't see an issue in the code. For each get texture in text results, debug.log texture.name plus that plus texture.toString. I don't know what I say. I don't even know what that's going to tell me. But I'm desperate for some information that can help me. Right, now at least we know that we got a response from the server. We still got an error though. That's a sign there's a problem. So what is happening? I've got to understand what is happening here. We got a response back from the server. Then we iterate through all of the textures which are empty. You know, that makes sense because it hasn't... I guess the image request hasn't been pulled from the internet yet, so it's still empty. Right, so then that's... Yeah, so we're still not waiting for the results. That would be why the first one's screwing up. Okay, so we're still not wait. So we can't wait. We can't wait for the gacha response. We've got to wait for the first image to come in. But I thought we did. That's what that was supposed to do. Because I said if the texture is null, then wait. And then by the time texture is no longer null, then we go through texture results and we say texture. I guess it has no name. It's got to be something. What can I say about it? Maybe it's not blank. Oh my god, there's got to be something I can do with this texture. What about text dots? Textile size. Textile size? Does that give me any indication that there's a texture in there? Yeah, no, there has to be. We did wait for the texture to come back. But then we also got a fucking null reference still. We're still getting this. It's still saying unassigned reference accepted. No, I suppose... No, actually, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, the textile size is 0 by 0, which is an empty texture. Okay, so maybe, right, how about this? How about this? How about this? Texture dot textile size does not equal, I don't know whether it'll look like that, 0.00 there. Also, I'm going to need to wait for the last one to come in so that they're all ready to avoid that error. Does that fix it? Oh my god, I'm actually going to kill somebody. Well, maybe textile size. Okay, it needs to be both. So texture is not null and textual size is not 000. Fuck me. Oh, why did I decide to pull all the images through the internet? Because there's a reason. Okay, it's still saying 000, but that stopped the error. What the fuck? Let's see if it's correct. Ugh. I do not understand what is happening. I am so confused. Right. The first result should be index 15 on the R table, which is WS01. Should be a sword. That is, I don't think that's a sword. No, it's not a sword, it's a rod. So it's still wrong. Oh my god, I'm going out of my mind. I'm going out of my mind. I'm going out of my mind. I can't find the issue. I'm going out of my mind. I've got to be missing something, but what is it? I don't fucking know what is happening. Is that texture WS0? Oh my god, I'm going out of my mind. I actually am going out of my mind. WS01 should be, oh wait, WS01, oh okay, WS01 is the Dusty Oak staff. Okay, that's categorized wrong then. Oh, is S staff? Oh yeah, I got confused. S is staff, W is sword. So that is correct. Because when I saw it was, when I was expecting a sword, because it was S for sword, but I already had S for staff, so that's why I got confused. All right, S is staff, W is sword. So when I saw it was a staff, I thought, well, it's fucking wrong, isn't it? But it's actually not. That's actually correct, right? We got it right for the first time. That result is correct. Okay, this might have fixed the other bug as well, where it starts fucking up after a while. Let's find out. Okay, we got Chloe. Is Chloe correct? Is this... yeah, 33,000. Chloe, our SR was character index 6 from the SR table, which is character 009. Chloe, let's go! Okay, I think I fixed it. Let me just come out. Alright, let's do some gacha. Let's do some fucking gacha pulls. Let's gacha like there's no tomorrow. Yeah?
Morning, Colin.
Yeah, you're right.
Open that for us.
Morning, open this jar.
I've
My
got
hands
the
are
wrist
sweaty.
cover for that.
Oh, I don't know if I can. These bloody jars are always...
Vacuumed, yeah.
I hate these jars because I've never known anything like it. There.
It's just getting the vacuum, yeah. Sometimes I do it and then other times I can't.
Yeah, I'm the same. Some of them are worse than others, aren't they?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, fine. Just get on with this.
Touch wood, I think I'm over. Well, I think
Over the
I'm
worst
over
of it.
cough.
Yeah.
But I always wake up with a headache, a really bad headache, you know.
Yeah, I woke up with a headache this morning actually. I think I've got the back end of what you've had. But as long as it doesn't get any worse, I'll be alright. Right. What was I about to do? Yeah, that's right, I got distracted. Is that TXT gacha? Yes. Let me just move that image and the text. Because there's actually not enough room to fit all my currency on. Oh, my wallet's not big enough for my money. Oh, what a horrible life. Right, that should work now. All right, let's gacha. This is actually working now. Fucking better because I'm sick of this. All right, let's go. Trainee sword, initiate's rod, Nozomi! Bent hunting bow, beginner's focus, dull iron blade, apprentice axe, simple spell twig. Wait, is that even right though? No, isn't it still fucking wrong? Oh my god! Sweetie wasn't the first result though, right? So it's still broken. Oh, I can't. Is that correct? I'm getting so annoyed! Where is this going wrong? I think that is correct, but I swear I don't know. I don't know if I just wasn't paying attention. I'm pretty sure Sweetie didn't show up as the first result. I'm pretty sure it was a weapon. I need to make sure though before I lose my fucking mind. I swear to God, I'm getting so fucking mad at this. Right, let's remember dull hatchet, splintered staff, all weapons, then Sheena, weapon, girl brush. I mean, yeah, that looks correct, but I swear it wasn't. I swear it wasn't Sweetie before. All weapons, all weapons. Yeah, see? They were all weapons, but we got Bandy. It's still fucked. Ah! Oh my god, I'm genuinely going out of my fucking mind. I'm genuinely going out of my mind. I'm genuinely going out of my mind. I'm genuinely going out of my mind. So it must still be an issue. It must still be an issue that it just hasn't had time to update properly or some fucking thing. I think because it's correct by the time it gets to this part, right? but it's incorrect when it's trying to display the result immediately. So let me just test something. I think this is a very bad solution. But I actually just think if I was to say yield return new, wait for 1 second, right, before we go ahead and load that image, I think that will be enough to fix it. But it's not a very sophisticated fix. Because it's correct on the summary screen now. String ball. Hatchet. Oh my god. I can't. I fucking can't. I can't fucking deal with this shit. Why is this happening? I put so much fucking work into this. Why is it just falling apart constantly? It makes no sense. Why am I looking at a blank fucking image? That's why. Right, so it never... It's never exited the wait now because we waited on text 9. Text 9 never came in. Oh my god, I can't... oh my fucking god, I'm getting... fuck me. I just... Same again. It's almost like the 1 second wait is causing that to happen, which makes even less sense. Is that causing that to happen? Because that didn't happen before I put the 1 second wait in. Okay, now they came in later. That's also wrong. That should be Nozomi. I can see it from here. That's supposed to be Nozomi. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. I can't. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. I think it'll take a minute. Actually, let me, it's going to be way easier to debug. If I put the texture index in square brackets at the start of the debug output. And the same with the one I just did. Fuck off, VS Code, VS fucking Studio, I swear to God. Do not add shit to my fucking code without my permission, you piece of shit. This is fucking hard enough as it is. Right, okay. Errors up the fucking arse, I know that. Right, the first request we received is for WBO4. I want this as a list, really. I wish Uni would just let... Can't you just... Why won't Uni just let you grab these messages and only copy the top line? There should be like an option that's like copy the top line. If I copy all of that, right, I'm going to end up with the biggest load of vomit in my notepad you've ever seen, right? I can't work with that. How the fuck am I supposed to find my messages amongst all of that? Like, let me get the important part of the message and then list them. That's all I want to do. Fucking piece of shit. Ironically, I think it got this one right, WB04. Right, so it sent WB04. And then immediately we detected that it had been sent. I don't know why the textile size comes back as 000. But clearly that triggered that. So when we sent that texture to the array detection picked up the texture, but then we got an unassigned reference exception. But that's probably because this, I put it to fucking 0. But if I wait for them all to come in, that's probably index 1. Because then we send index 1 of WR05. Like, I just don't see where the issue is. 20, WBO4, WBO4 again, WBO4 again, WA03, WA03, WW03, WW03, WBO2, WBO2, WAO2, WAO2. Wait, hang on, whoa. WB7 was WBO2, 7 WBO2, 8 WAO2. We never sent 8? Right, I think it's the fucking texture cache that's fucking things up. Right, okay, I think I found the problem. We never sent 8. Wait, no, we did. We sent it before. Okay, probably because it got pulled from the cache. Yeah, if you look, it came after 6. So we sent 8. Probably because it was cached. Yeah, of course it was cached. Because we literally just sent it. So we just... Wait, no, that's WBO2 and WAO2. Was WAO2 sent previously? No, it actually wasn't. No, just not fucking working. Wait, WAO2. We did send WAO2. I mean, well, I guess it's just weird. Why did it not go? Why did it not do it in the right order? It shouldn't matter because it knows which index to store it in. So as long as it goes in the right index, 8 is matching 8. But it's weird how 8 was sent before 7. At first I thought it was cached, but it actually wasn't. I guess it's not that unusual. Like, we do, I think, 5 downloads at once. So if WAO2 just happens to be a smaller file size, it's possible that it just finished downloading before WBO2 did. Yeah, that's not really that unusual, to be honest. So all these look good as well. My fucking god, I do not understand what is going wrong. I do not fucking understand for the life of me what the fuck is going wrong. This makes no sense. Everywhere that I prod and poke at it, it's absolutely perfect. I have found a couple of bugs today, which I have fixed, but it's still got the same issue. None of those bugs actually is causing this issue. That actually looks fine. Yeah, it hasn't sent. Okay. It's not sending the cached images. It only sent back 2. Okay, it only sent back 2. Okay, I found the problem. Not necessarily though, hang on. No, well, I kind of have found the problem. Well, basically, what all I can really say from this is that if it's... But I guess this makes sense. It's not, these aren't coming from the download requests. What if I uncache the images again? Force the cache to clear. Just curious if that fixes it. If I force the cache to clear each time we do pulls. I think it's my caching system's not working properly. Right, the next one should be a character. Next one should be a staff. Next one should be a character. Okay. Two characters in a row. This is all me nice. Bow, staff, rod, bow, axe, bow, axe, axe. Okay, it must be the caching system that's not working. Okay, I think it's it's the caching system that's not working. It seems fine now that I forced the cache to clear. Or maybe not, but wait. Did we get the same result twice? Let me just turn that down. Right. What result am I on right now? No, right, we didn't get textures back. Even though we forced the cache to clear. Oh my god! Fuck! I don't understand how it all works and then it just fucking falls apart. It's driving me fucking insane. I think it's the same issue. We only sent 2 textures back. I don't think clearing the cache is working properly. Fuck my life. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm genuinely going out of my mind. This is actually insane. I get that what I'm doing is quite complex, but it's not really that complex. All we're doing is pulling images from the fucking internet, caching them. We have 2 ways of doing it. We can either do it with cache or without cache, and they're both fucking failing. They work at first and then they just stop working. So something to do with this cache is breaking both ends of it. Right, the cache was 0 and is now 0, which makes sense because we haven't pulled any images yet. Okay. Oh, that was weird. That was weird. Okay, I might want to... Now we know why there's little pauses on clicks. If you click too fast through those, it completely fucks everything up. Yeah, that was kind of weird, actually. Right, so the count was 8, and now the count is 0. So clearing the texture cache should be clearing the cache. So then what is the issue if it's not the fucking cache? I just want to understand what is happening. Yeah, if you click through those too quickly, it fucks it. I don't know, things go really weird. And it failed again. We sent 2 back. Cache was 0. Cache is now was 9. Cache is now 0. I need to find out what is causing this. This is breaking the whole fucking thing. What the fuck is happening? It works, and then it suddenly just says, nope, fuck you. Can you do a safety measure to fix? I'm trying everything I can possibly think of. Here's what we know. We know it successfully receives every single image request correctly. Right, it receives every single image request correctly. And then it decides to only send 2 back. Now the only way it would do that is here. Let me just back this up. I'm going to just try completely obliterating every fucking... I don't think it... I tried this last night though and it didn't fix it. Like, ironically, I don't even think it is the texture cache, but I don't know what it is. I think it's the queue manager. I think the queue manager's getting confused. I think I ditched the queue system because the queue system is something that ChatGPT built, right? It made for me to, which said that this is how I should manage the queuing of downloaded image requests. And I was dubious about it in the first place because I know that coroutines can be a pain in the ass when you're starting in them and stopping them all the time. So the way I usually do it is I create an inbox and then I run a run a logic check inside of update, which runs on every frame, that basically just says, look, if you have something in your inbox queue to process, then go ahead and process that, and then when it finishes process, remove that item out of the queue, and then it just keeps checking. If there's anything in the queue, it will process the top result in the queue, and then when it's processed, it removes it from the queue. That's a really nice, easy way to manage queues. But Jibbity fucking made this bullshit, which was a really convoluted fucking bunch of code as well, which is why I'm so tangled up and confused about this whole thing. Because it's, number one, it's not the way I usually do things. Number two, like, it just made the whole thing way more convoluted than it needs to be. So I'm confused about exactly what it's doing and how it works, which is never a good sign. So I think I need to ditch its queue, its coroutine queue, and make the queue the way I would have made it. I should have just ignored Jibbity and done it the way that I would have done it normally. Right, let's see. When it's successful, right, everything says true. There's nothing in the queue, there's nothing in the queue, there's 1 in the queue, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5, there's 6, there's 7, there's 8. It failed already. It failed on the first 10 pull. It failed already on the first 10 pull. It sent two textures, and yeah, processing the queue processing was returned to false. Hang on a minute. That might be something that I put in actually. I might be stopping the queue early, because I think I might have misunderstood the way this was working. I think I might know what the issue is, but I still don't understand how it actually works then. Right, these weren't in here. I added these last night. I think these might be breaking it. But I don't see anywhere where is processing queue becomes false if I don't put that in there. But I guess that isn't triggering when I think it's triggering. I wonder if that fixes it. Does every item has its own serial number? Maybe it's getting confused. No, that's got nothing to do with it. Completely different system. No, these are the images that it's pulling from my website. Yeah, the serial numbers is to confirm ownership and stop cheaters. I haven't even implemented that yet fully, but that'll be easy. This is an issue with queue management. No, it still did it. Now it says true. So it's not even that. Now it says true, but it never sent the other remaining images back. Right, let me just ask Claude. The problem is I've run this through GPT. Right, let me just... It's been run through GPT and Claude, and the whole thing has become such a convoluted fucking mess that I don't even understand what it's doing anymore. Fully. And I think I need just to take the time and get this working the way I want it to work, and fuck all this AI stuff, because the AI has just made it way more convoluted than it needs to be. Right, here's what we're going to do. I've backed up the script in case I need it. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove every one of these fucking queue systems that I don't understand, because they're way too convoluted. Maximum number of downloads should handle both texture and image requests. Maximum concurrent downloads wants to stay in. This is how many things we can download at once. And then we need a download manager. Texture cache could have a dictionary of URLs. URLs and textures. That one should be fine. And then here we've got a private bool of is processing queue, is processing texture queue. We're not going to use those at all. Right. So let's just draw what we need. So essentially what we have is two types of requests. They both send a URL and request a texture 2D. I need a better system for this. Right. The problem is sometimes we want to store this in a texture array. We want to get it back as a texture. Let's just say output. Output, sometimes we want it back as a texture 2D, like for this gacha system. But most of the time, we just want it back as a raw image dot texture assignment. Okay, so the first issue that I have is if I want one function, like this can be simplified really. Rather than send a texture to a control, I need to have like some kind of subscription event that returns a texture, maybe with like a request identifier or something. Right, it's going to be better to work backwards in this situation, I think. Ultimately, my function wants to return a texture 2D from the internet. This should be its ultimate end point. I think we need a custom class. Here's how I think it should be structured. I think we create a texture request class, and a texture request will contain a request ID, a URL. Actually, that's all it should. I think that's all it should contain. But it needs to have some kind of it needs to have some kind of subscription event on it. Might not be the most. What if I just put everything that I could possibly need on there? Do a request ID. Well, yeah, I suppose in the gacha system I would just make the request ID an index of where I want the texture storing in the array. For my button and icon controls, which I often use, let me think about this. Right, a texture request. Just in case I need to make function of it, I could store an integer as a request ID. I could store a string as a return string. I want a string as the URL. And I need a requester class, and we'll say which class requested the texture. So we need a texture requester. Right, texture requester. Wants to contain a list of texture responses. So now we need a list of, now we need a class of texture response. Okay, so the texture response should contain the texture ID, the return string, the URL, and most importantly, the texture. Our texture requester needs to have a public list of texture responses as an inbox that we receive responses back on. Okay, so now our requester has a list of responses, our response has a structure, our request has a structure, and each request needs to store its responder. So it's requester rather. Requester. Right, so our inbox on our function will get filled with these texture requests, and we can find out which service requested the texture. We've got an ID to send back, a string to send back, a URL to send back. And then we create a new texture response with this data on it, and we send it back. We add it to the texture requesters .response list. Okay, that's looking good actually. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Okay. I've got to get rid of all this broken code that Jibbity wrote. We'll leave that because we will use a texture cache still. Okay, no errors. Okay. So, on our system controller, we're going to have a private list of texture requests called text requests. This is how I would usually do it. Let's see if there's an existing update. There isn't an existing update. Wonderful. Let's make an update. These are structs. There's our start. I'll put it under start so we know where it is. Okay, so update, which runs on every single frame, is simply going to say if texture requests dot count is greater than 0, process request. Let's make sure we know what it is. Process texture request. I'll just put rec. And we're going to send with it. Well, no, that'll do fine because we'll just get it from the top of the list. But we also need to make sure that a current, right, so in order to queue things properly, we need a flag to say whether anything is currently processing or not. So we want a private bool of text text processing equals false. So we actually add a condition which says there are no current textures processing right now. Right, so, and I don't know whether that needs to be a core routine or not. It probably wants to be an awaitable or something. So the first thing, well, let's just do our private process text request. which is a void. There, process text request. Okay, we need a public function. I'm just going to call it text rec. Text request. We'll say text request, and this needs to take. Well, it's not going to take a string. It's going to take a texture request, and all this is going to do is it's going to say our texture requests. What the fuck? I actually call them texture requests, didn't I? Texture requests. Add request. Right, so another script can call this function where we send our texture request to it and it adds it into the inbox. Our update will then process and go down to this whenever it's not processing and there's some in the queue. This is where it gets tricky though. This is where it gets tricky, because we want to allow 5 concurrent downloads at any given time. So at the moment we're saying if there are currently no textures processing, then we go ahead and process the next request. But technically we can handle their active downloads. Let's call it active text requests and then max concurrent downloads. Okay, so we don't do this. Instead, we want to say if texture requests count is greater than 0 and the fuck did I call it? Active text requests. Right, if texture requests.count is greater than 0 and active text requests is less than 5, well, less than maximum concurrent downloads, then process text request. Then that will let us call that function up to 5 times at once, which through trial and error I've decided is the most stable and most efficient, fastest way of doing it. If you only do one at a time, it looks kind of slow and laggy when it's doing it. Right, so process text request. We're going to say we're going to declare a texture request get request, and that wants to equal texture requests, the first one in the inbox. Again, this is where we have to be careful. This is where I have to be very careful. because if we need to extract the information out of it and remove it from the queue immediately, but we need to retain that data. So we're going to need to either copy it in memory somewhere, or we're going to need to convert it into a different class and store it in a different class. We could construct the response. That might be the best way to do it. That would be an efficient way to do it, actually. If we create a response template and send the response template over to a download manager, then the download manager can go and download the texture and then just stick it in the pre-configured texture response. Then we have what we want for the response. The texture list, the request list is up to date. Because if we wait until the image downloads before we remove the texture request, all that's going to happen is our system's going to keep requesting the same image over and over and over again, because it's going to say, well, hang on, that this is the latest request, but we've already sent that off to the downloader, so we shouldn't send it again. So that's why we need to remove it immediately. So we get our request, which is there. Then we need to extrapolate information from it. So we can say integer. So if we look at our request structure, let's just put that over here. We want all of this data out of it. So we want integer request ID equals get request ID. We want a string of return string, which wants to equal the get request return string, and we're going to need the URL as well. So if we're doing that, well, it depends. We could set, just to be safe, let's store. Oh, we are storing the URL on the response. Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, so we want the string URL, which equals the get request URL. Then what we should do is construct a response object yeah, this is fine. How the fuck do you structure that? Okay, there you go. Right, so we've got it. Oh, we also need to declare it as well. So this is a request response. No, it's not. It's a text response. And then we need to say oh, can we do that? Can we declare it and set it in one line? I've never tried to do that before. It seems happy with it. Okay, normally I do that in 2 lines. It looks like I can do it in 1 line. I can both declare it and create it in the same line, I think. Huh. That's actually quite cool. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, so now we've got our get response. So then what we want to do is pass that information we're going to have a request ID in here. I put texture ID. Yeah, let's just keep things consistent and call it request ID so I don't get confused. Request ID equals request ID. I I mean, I guess I don't need to store these in memory. I could just pass them straight across, right? Yeah, that's way more efficient. I could just get request and pass it straight over. But for some reason it's saying that that's... Oh, I said get response. Okay, beautiful. So we can do that with request ID, return string, and URL. That's the request, right? Let's take a look at our response. Yeah. Okay, I'm also going to need the requester in the response if I'm destroying the original request so that I can reply through the response. Otherwise, we won't remember who sent it. So I also need a public texture requester on the response. Okay. Right, so we've got request ID. We want requester equals requester. We're just copying them over from one to the other. Request ID is request ID. Return string is return string. URL is URL. Beautiful. So now we have a brand new response set up and ready to send to a downloader function. And the downloader function will know exactly where to send the response back to, and it will have somewhere to store the texture on it. Okay, so the next thing we would do is we would say requests, texture requests. We can remove that original request now. We're done with it. So we want to remove the top request. It might be actually just to be... No, that should be fine. Okay, so we've removed the original request. The next thing we would want to do is check to see if the texture is already in the cache. So we can say if I have a look at my original code, there was a try get value, try get, there it is. Well, according to Jupyter, it said that this is how I should do it. I'm not used to using dictionaries like this though. But it said I should be saying texture cache try get value URL out texture 2D cached. What the fuck is that? What is that? I don't know why the fuck it did that. What is that? Try get no URL, you fucking prick. Oh, it's because we don't have a URL. It's getResponse.url. That's why. Okay. So if the texture is cached, our texture comes out as cached. So then we can say get response texture equals cached. Else This is where we download the texture from the URL. Then once we are done with the request, we say get response dot requester dot responses dot add get response. So we basically send the response into the requester's inbox, and then we can say destroy new response. Okay, that looks pretty good. In order to download the texture from the URL, let's put this in Notepad++ because I can't fucking read it in Notepad. Just an absolute fucking mess. Oh, it doesn't look that much better in here. It looks a little bit better. There's no squiggly lines everywhere. This normally formats it for me, like so that it looks like code. It's not now. Right. Right, so this is the code that fetches the image from the URL, looks like. So let's just paste that in and see what we get. Right, so we're using Unity Web Request, get texture, and it's saying request URL, but we want response URL. Get response.url. I mean, at this stage, we still have the request in memory, to be completely honest. This might hang the system though if we do it in a voice. Yeah?
Would you believe this busy rain? I was just going to go out and start my pots.
Yeah, is it raining?
Freaking heavens opened. Hey, I'm not kidding you. I keep hearing things, you know, I keep hearing that they're back and when I look behind because the cars haven't changed.
Who?
That next door. Been away for long enough.
That's another house. That's another way.
Yeah, it's been quite in town when they're in.
Oh, I don't know, I'm busy, Mum.
Him shouting and that kid yapping. Oh, God. Let's put you off kids for life then. You know, I'm still a bit dizzy, me.
Yeah, you want to watch your video?
I'm not quite there yet, but I'm better than I was.
Yeah, just take it easy. No rush to do anything, is there?
Well, I was going to try and get them started, but at least I got the bloody lawn done yesterday anyway, so I suppose.
Yeah.
I suppose that's good.
Dinner smells good.
Eh?
Dinner smells good.
Yeah, I've got the nose anchor done. I just
We'll be having it later when you get back though, won't we?
Yeah, after I come back from the hospital. There's no point in having it before you. You don't enjoy it if you have to rush it, do you? I'll come back and just finish it off. I've got everything ready. I only have a top to like to to grill on the top with a little tiny bit of cheese on.
Yeah. Right, so get response dot texture equals texture. Failed to load response get response dot URL in the error log. And it's adding bullshit up here, which it's not fucking supposed to. And system process text request cannot be an iterator block because void is not an iterator type interface. Oh, because we're trying to yield return. Does it have to be a fucking coroutine? Okay, so it has to be a coroutine. So then I need to say start coroutine. Right. So each time we start the coroutine, we need to say text current active active current text requests plus plus, and then whether we complete or fail, we can decrement that when we've processed one. Yeah, I think this is where the other one was failing. So basically, if you think about it, we have like a weird race condition thing that happens. So this is why I think it was failing, and this is why I think this will work. Why can't I create a new... Oh, I did create a new parent. Right. Because what happens is we're getting the request, and then we're saying, okay, we only do this request if certain conditions are met. And the conditions would be like, you know, basically how many of... Is it less than max downloads? And then we process the request. But if the problem was, if we were over the maximum number of downloads, we simply weren't starting the queue. But instead, the way Jibbity tried to set it up is by saying, okay, but this will be a queue manager, right? This will be a queue manager. So this will check the queue to see if there's anything in it and then process them all. But I think because upon receiving the request, if we didn't start this queue, I think there may have been situations where this queue finished at exactly the same time that we got a request, but the flag hadn't reset or whatever, right? And I think there was just stuff that wasn't getting started. But because we're doing this now on updates, we're doing this on every single... We're doing this on every single frame. Hello, Barun Gaming. So even if we exceed our... Wait, what's this? Even if we exceed our maximum number of downloads, yeah, we don't have a get image function anymore. Okay, so I need to change this. I can make the get image function so I don't have to change all my other codes. Well, no, I can't really. I need to change how all my things work now. Fuckity fuck. Yeah, I also need like an event. Oh, I don't need an event handler because I just have a request queue. I guess what I could also do, yeah, to make my life easier, what I could also do if I think about it, this is actually a good idea, is sometimes I do just want to pass it to a control, right? For like buttons and things. So I could just modify my class so that my request can contain a raw image I could even go further. I could actually teach my control. This might not be a bad idea. Maybe I don't need to send a request. Maybe I don't need to necessarily send the thing back to a requester. Because in my system controller, I could just say that we only do this if the output is null. So check this out. Here's what I could do. So we have the texture, right? I also want to add this into the texture cache as well. Let's see my texture cache. Because I'm not used to using dictionaries. Let me look at the Notepad+++++++++ view, because this is so much easier to look at. Right, what's it called? Texture cache. Wait, where were we adding? Oh, there we go. Yeah. So okay, the way we did it is we tried to add in the texture cache request URL and texture. So that's something we forgot to do. So as we get our, oh no, that is in there. Yeah, okay, that's in the existing function. Yeah, so we already tried to add it to the texture cache with the URL as the key. Yeah.
I've got loads of time. I'm gonna go over the road and get the pudding. Because there's a couple of other things I want.
Oh, you see there's any apple pie?
I'm just going to, that's my next question.
Yeah.
Just someone apple pie. Don't you get sick of pie?
No,
What are you going to have with it?
I never have it. Well, you've got lollies in there. I'll just have the ice cream lolly with it and have ice cream. Unless you want to get me a little cheap tub of ice cream, it's up to you.
I want cheap ice cream, good ice cream.
Well, whatever. You can get
I'll get you Ben and Jerry's or something like that.
Yeah, it's better with ice cream. Yeah, just a vanilla though, or whatever, because otherwise it gets a bit sickly with chocolates and caramels and whatever. Thanks. Right. Right, texture cache, add get response URL texture. So we're adding the cache texture into the dictionary so that we can cache it later if we need to. We can also check to see whether we're meant to just be sending this texture into a control or not. So we say get response.texture equals texture . I wonder if Unity is copying these textures. I would assume that they work like references, like pretty much everything else in object orientation. So when we put a texture into a texture response, I imagine we're just holding a reference to it in memory. I don't imagine we'd have like 56 copies of the same texture. Yeah, I'd imagine we're just holding a reference to it. So here I could say if, oh, hang on, I want get response dot image output equals get request image output. And I could say if get request image output is not null, then we'll just get the image output. We'll just say get response image output dot texture equals texture. Do we not have we don't have texture all the way down here. Fuck. Okay, here's what we do then. We declare a bool of was out equals false, and then we say up here if get response dot image output is not null, and here we say was out equals true, and then we put that there. Fucking get up there, you little shit. And if not, we say get response texture image out dot texture equals texture, and then here we just say if was out was not out, then we queue the response back for the sender to deal with it. So this is where we only send the response back as an object if it doesn't have an output assigned to it. If it has an output assigned to it, then we just assign it straight away to the output, and then we're done with it. We still cache it. Yeah, I think that looks good. Okay, so now I need to change the way all my fucking buttons and stuff work. Okay, so we were saying in inventory get, system get URL, full URL, icon. Well, now we don't even need to add a request to class. We just need to construct a request and send it through to the request. So how we do this now is we say wait, can you just declare, do we need to stick it on a game object? I don't know if we actually need to stick it on a game object or not. Let's find out. So text request new request equals new texture request. Yeah, let's just do that. All right, cool. Then we can just say new request dot URL equals full URL, and we want it to go into the output of icon. So we just say new request image output equals icon, and now we just call system text request, and then we send the new request across to it. There we go. I've got a million other places we need to do that in. Okay. So once again, yeah, we're also doing that as well, weren't we? This one's a little bit tricky. This is my gacha one. This is a little bit trickier. Yeah, we do need a texture response handler on this now. Okay, so what we do. Well, it depends. Where's my texture request as class? There it is. A script cannot be found. What the fuck? What do you mean the script cannot be found? It's right there. Did I not say that? The script cannot be found. What does that mean? Well, I think I know what it means. It means it can't be found, but why is it not found? What the fuck? Please fix compile. Oh, okay. It wants me to fix. Oh, you motherfucker. Right, whatever. We need to put a texture request to script on this. I hate the way it does that. Like, just save my fucking project. Like, I know there's errors. I'm working on it right now, you little piece of shit. Whatever. Okay. This will be fun. Okay, so we want a texture request, new request equals new texture request. Okay, new request URL equals this bollocks. New request requester equals text requester. Right, so that's us. We're requesting it. New request. Right, we need the index. So this is why I made a texture ID. I thought it was request ID. Right, request ID equals pull index, so we know which pull the texture represents. That should be all we need. So now we just call system text request new request. However, that's not all we do, because now we need to watch the inbox for those coming in. Okay. So what we do is we do a void update, and we can say if text requests responses count is greater than 0, then we want a texture response get response equals text requester responses 0. Yep. And then we need to know which index the image is from. We need two things out of this. We need the texture 2D. So let's get the texture out. So get texture equals get response texture. We need the integer of the texture ID. Let's just do pull ID equals get texture request ID as get response rather, sorry, request ID. Then we can say, okay, so if we look at this script should have, oh, actually I don't think it does. Yeah, it does, image results. So we can say image results at pull ID dot texture equals get texture. There we go. And don't forget to remove, and then get response remove at responses. Wait. What are we doing again? Text requester. Text requester. Text requester responses remove at 0. Not pull ID. Okay, there we go. Then we cleared the latest one out the list. Okay. We still have a million errors. Okay. The next one is in our gIRLS UI. So again, it's just same shit, different day, right? So we want a texture request, new request equals new texture request. We want, and that is, what's that? Okay. And our new request URL equals URL. It's that system server root plus URL file. Okay. And a new request image output equals get image. That's nice. I like that. This function's pretty good actually, because I can choose how I want to call it and how I want to use it, which is quite nice. So text request, new request. This is way better than the other system. This is way better. This is why I stop being lazy, just make everything myself. It's so much better. All right, we've got a million other places to fix it in. Right, these are, this is the armor. Yeah, sets UI, the armor sets UI. Oh, motherfucker. Oh boy. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It is a bit of a pain in the ass. Texture request, right. If we look, we've got, why is the top one full URL? Head, body, arms, legs. I think that's the full. Okay, so we can delineate these by saying main, head, body, arms, legs, right? So we'll do main request equals new texture request. Texture request, and then main request URL equals full URL. Main request image output equals image main equals image main. Okay, and then we want to do system text request main request. Beautiful. And then it's just rinse and repeat for head, body, arms, and legs. Head, body, arms, legs. Okay, so we want head request. Head request, head request, head request. Instead of full URL, it will be head URL. And instead of image main, it should be image head. There we go. Beautiful. Alright, next one is body. Body. Okay, body request. Image body. And body request in there. And body URL. Okay, beautiful. Arms request. Arms request, arms request, arms request. Arms URL. Image arms. Beautiful. And finally, legs request. Legs request equals legs request, legs request, legs request, legs URL, and image legs. Beautiful. That's our armor system fixed. Okay. I fucking hope these functions work after all this. Oh, no errors. No errors. Yay. I need to add a texture requester onto this. There we go. We can see our responses coming in when they come in. And actually, I'd rather have that at the top. Perfectly normal noises to make when you're coding. What are you talking about? Let me just collapse that there. Then I can move that up there. There we go. That's what I wanted. So I could keep an eye on it. All right. Let's find out if any of that actually works. I'm also just going to come out of Unity and go back into it, just in case I get something stupid like infinite loop or something. I shouldn't, but that was a lot. That was quite a lot. Alright. Is that everything? I feel like I've missed something. I've probably missed something. Alright, let's see what we get. Holy shit. Okay, ignore those errors. Those are meant to be there. They're for decoration. Alright, let's go. You can see our texture requests coming in there. We should have some response. Well, actually, no, we probably already cleared them out. Yay! Nothing works. Yay! Okay, something went wrong. So now we've got to debug. Okay. I was also doing this forced clear cache, which I don't want to do anymore. Also, let's make it clear that that's clear cache before, clear cache after. On gacha, we don't want to clear the cache anymore yet. Let's not call that. Okay, so first things first. Are we receiving our texture requests? Ah, it had its own function from earlier that may well have been getting in the way. Okay, let's try it now. I don't think that was the problem though. Okay. Okay, let's find out what's going wrong. So we'll put a debug on process texture request. Make sure these are firing. process request for, and we'll say texture requests 0.url. There we go. And text request, we're just going to do debug.log added request. Okay, that'll do. Right, let's see if we get things look like they make sense. Okay, so the good news. The good news is our requests look sane, right? So we're getting the URLs for the images. They were all added into the queue. And we started processing them as well. Wait, I think I know what's wrong. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I just close that. I don't need that. One gacha, right? One gacha. I said go to these image results. I don't need these anymore, actually. Well, I mean, we could do that, but the main thing's gonna try and get in the way. Okay, let's try and do this as efficiently as possible. I've got to get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. We don't need... Oh, yeah, I see the problem. Summary. Okay. Okay. And then in here, I will do that. And I also want to say if pull ID equals 0, then we want to say, gacha. I think it's image obtain S and image obtain M. Yes, image obtain S texture equals get texture and image obtain M texture equals get texture. Okay. Okay, let me try that. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. Well, we're definitely getting our texture requests through. Yay! Okay. Does it work long term though? Because the other one didn't. Right, let's make sure everything makes sense. Let's look at our results. I might need that. I don't think so. I think this new system is pretty dope, actually. Okay, so let's take a look at our gacha results. So our gacha results are R index 18. Just put that in there a sec. So on the R table for Nozomi, index 18 is WS04. Okay, so WS04 should be a staff, which it is. Let's check WS04. WS04 is splintered staff. Yay! I am so happy right now. I just gotta stop being lazy and stop trying to get Jibity to do everything for me when I can do it so much better myself. It just takes so fucking long. But I think it's longer when you start there banging your head against the wall, screaming, saying, "Why won't this work?" And it's because Jibity's like just made a lot of shit up. I've forgotten something. Right, next result is Tama. So this should be the SR index of 0. Yeah, I already know that's correct. She's the first 4-star girl in the entire gacha pool. So I know that's correct. Should have Jolt Rod. Nick's Practice Sword. Novice's Bow. Rusted Sword Shard. Nozomi! We got Nozomi! Holy shit. Okay, we got Nozomi. We got Rain as well. Holy shit. Oh, that was a good 10 pull. That was a very nice 10 pull. Alright, let's keep going. Make sure it doesn't fall apart like the last one. Okay, beginner's focus, which is a rod. Let me just make sure this is correct. I've got a lot of debugged messages in here. This would be the pull. Okay, so R index 17. So R index 17 is WSO3. WSO3 is the beginner's focus. Hee hee. I think this is it. I think we fixed that. Bandy. Okay. Alright, let's go again. I'm running out of currency! Okay, we've got Mambo. I'm running out of currency. I'm down to 9,000 currency. Wondrous Steel. I'm not seeing any broken images yet. This is why, guys, don't be like me. Don't use Jiminy. I'm genuinely actually. There are times when it can be helpful, but I'm genuinely. I think I genuinely should just fucking never use Jiminy for anything, really. Unless it's like something really, really simple. If it's anything even remotely complicated, I should just get my hands dirty and take however long it takes to sit there. And that didn't really take too long, right? It took a while. But now we have a fucking awesome fucking image caching system that gets up to 5 images at once, keeps track of them, we can send the request back in 2 different ways. We can just give it a control and it'll just automatically send it to that control, or we can say, hey, give me the texture back, I want to do something with it later, and then we can process it in the custom script. It is like, oh, it's so good. It's so good. Way better than Jibbity's. Way better than Jibbity's. Look at that. See, mine works, Jibbity. Mine actually works. Look at this. It works. You get the textures every time. Wait. This could be the cache again fucking us up. I feel like that went wrong because I don't remember seeing Mambo. And also, wasn't that the last result? Please don't start doing this to me again. If it's still fucked, then I'm genuinely at a loss. I don't even know what to do with that. Is it still wrong? We're not getting missing textures now, though. But they might not be what they're supposed to be. Right, dull hatchet, wanderer's steel, apprentice axe, bent bunting bow, worn short bow, rusted short sword, initiate's rod. So far, no characters. It's the same result as last time. Okay, something is still wrong, clearly. Fuck! And I think we got another Nozomi there. Character 006 is Nozomi, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, we got another Nozomi there. This was actually a Nozomi. So our results still aren't correct visually. The texture system is getting the results. I just don't understand where the issue is coming from. This is actually driving me insane. Oh wait, look. Ah, okay. Look. We added requests. Including for Nozomi, but we never actually processed any of those requests. Wait, what the fuck? That is very strange. What the fuck? I made it private so I can't see them right now. Okay, at least I know what the problem is. So we added the requests, but we never processed the requests. Okay, so the issue must be the concurrent downloads thing. It has to be. It must think. Like, downloads must be getting stuck or something. No, I think I know what it is. Okay, no, I forgot something. No, I didn't. I said active text requests down as I completed one, didn't I? Because I say whether the result was successful or whether it failed, we reduce the number of active text requests. Because the only thing that would stop that from firing is if active text requests equals 5. I suppose this probably wants to say +1, to be honest. Because we're allowed up to 5. Up to and including 5. Oh my god. Okay, we're still broken. Let me also expose that texture requests fucking list, just so we can see what the fuck it's doing. I do not understand what is going on. It's like, it's the same issue that we had with the Jibbity coroutine tangled mess, but I'm still happy with my structure. And at least I understand how my structure works. But yeah, this is the annoying part. The annoying part is I'm still back to being completely clueless as to what the fuck is actually going wrong. It doesn't really make sense. I should have exposed maximum concurrent downloads as well. So we have 0 texture requests right now. Just went and processed all of those and emptied them out. We saw it. But this one will be fine, probably. Right. The active number of downloads as each request came through was 0. Wait, do we never increment that? I was incrementing it. Active text requests up. Yeah, but it's because the process. Okay, the process. Yeah, it added them all. Yeah, it just hadn't actually processed any. So that makes sense that they would be 0 at this point. Yeah, that makes sense that they would be 0 at this point. I'm gonna have to top up my account. Everyone got a credit card? You just post your credit card number in chat for me, yeah? It's back to 0. It honestly still looks good. Is that 10? Did they all come through? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so that one worked. So what? Like, it's so weird. It works and then it just suddenly stops working. Right, there we go. This time we only processed. Right, it's because the number of active downloads is still stuck at 5. How does that make any sense? The number of active downloads is still set at 5. That's why it's not processing them. Well, at least I know what the problem is now. Okay, I don't know why that's happening. That doesn't make any sense. How is that happening? How is it getting stuck at 5? Wait, are we caching them? Where do we cache them? Yeah, because that's in else. Ah! I found the issue. We weren't reducing the number of requests when we were sending them back from the cache. That's why it fails after a certain amount of time. Okay, I think I finally fixed it. I said that like... No, I genuinely think that's fixed it. I swear to God. Right, I need to top up my account. I actually need to top up my account. I've been doing this for so long. Okay, Unity dashboard. Unity dashboard. Cloud. Hello? Okay. Economy. What's my fucking gamer ID? Shit. I'll have to run it to find out. I am ZC2ICK. There I am. Okay, I'm down to 4,000 gacha currency. Let's add a couple of zeros. Okay. That's actually hilarious that I genuinely... It's good that it shows it's all working, right? Like, I genuinely... I have to have access to the server to do these pulls, which is great. Alright, let's go. I think it'll work now. I know I've said that time and time again. Because it's clearly working right until it doesn't. Izumi, dull hatchet, rusted sword shard. Let's do one on Fiorella's banner. Right. Staff, yeah, we got Fiorella! Let's go! And Rain. Let's go again. Okay, we've got Sylvia. Yep, so far so good. I think by about 30 pulls it definitely started falling apart before, right? This is 30 pulls. Let's see how long before we get another Fiorella. We should get, it's guaranteed by 50. Izumi. Sheena. Yep, looking good, looking good. This is 40. Can we get an early? I also need like something that shows I've got a 5-star. And I want to fade that other music out as the gacha music comes in and fade it back in at about now. Setsu! Yay, it's working! Yay! Okay, she's guaranteed now. Because this is 50 pulls. So we should see her. Alicia. Izumi. Wait, what? Wait, did I get that right? Did I count that right? I'm going to get... The next thing is I'm going to... Because we get pity back as well. It should have said where was my pity at? If I look at the response. Oh, pity was at 48. Okay. Oh, I haven't tested single pulls yet. I don't think single pulls will work yet. I don't actually know what will happen with single pulls. Okay, but she should show up in this one definitely, right? Because my pity was at 48. Wait, if my pity was at 48... Yeah, no. I don't know. Is that pity supposed to be what it was at? Or what it ends at? I need to figure this out. Well, let's find out in the next poll. If it says my pity's at 8, then yeah, we didn't get a Fiorella when we were supposed to. Something's wrong. Yeah, great. Something else is wrong. Okay, maybe that was where pity ends. Maybe I was reading pity wrong. So maybe, yeah, maybe that's my guaranteed Fiorella. Oh, I got 2! Wait, hang on. I got 3. Wait, what the... Did I actually get 3? What the hell is that? What the fuck is that, gacha system? No, what the fuck? You can't do that. You give me no Fiorella and you give me 3 at once. What the fuck? In 110, Paul. That's ridiculous. Fuck this game. It's never going to make me money. Ah, no. This is way too generous. What the fuck? 3 Fiorellas. Ah, fuck this. I'm going to pull in the weapon banner. Alright, let's go. Alright, I got a Gorlock straight away. First 10 pull. Probably wasn't. I don't know where my pity was. Okay, we've got a 5-star weapon. We've got the Gorlock. Nice. What about network? See how long before we get a 5-star on network. Okay, I got an arc flare. Let's do another. Okay, I got a Zoe. And a Setsu. Yeah, it seems to be working now. Oh, thank God. Alright, let's just do a single pull just to say. Now, I haven't tried to do single pulls yet. Really, kind of, but also I haven't really looked at single pulls in so long because I kind of needed 10 pulls just to make sure everything was working properly. The single pull should be pretty easy though. I just don't know if it'll close when I click because I don't think I have a script for single pulls yet, but that one should be dead easy. What actually happens if I try to do a single pull? Okay, deducted the right amount, so that's a good sign. It gives me a 10 pull. No, it's just showing me the 10 pull results, I think. Yeah, I need a separate script for that. So I assume I probably got a setsu, did I? Is what happened there. What actually happened there? What actually happened is, yeah, I got a setsu character 17. Wait, character index 17 on SR. What banner am I on? Standard network. Index 17 is character 004. Yeah, Setsu. Okay, so it worked. It's just obviously I don't want to show these results because these were from my last 10 pulls. I just show this one. Yeah, all seems fine. I need to add the highlighty buttons to those as well. Alright, gacha system seems to be working. I'm not sure about the 3 Fioras in one fucking go there. That was a bit nuts. That was a little bit crazy. Just a little bit. Good job. Oh my god, thank you. Yeah, that was a lot. But it's because I could have done this so much easier, but it would have been hackable and cheatable, and it wouldn't have been very secure and stuff like that. Now it's only a silly little contest project, but I still wanted to try and do it properly. So that should be pretty much unhackable. Like, all you could do is hack the system to tell the server to do a 10 pull, but if you don't have the currency, it's not going to do it. So you could trigger the system to do a 10 pull for you, but it would just do what the game does. It would check, make sure you have enough currency, and it would do the 10 pull. So you just wouldn't get anything visually. So there would be no reason to do that. So yeah, it's pretty tight, I think. Right, I need to get rid of these debug messages, do a little bit of a clean up. Okay, so that seems fine. That wants to be private now. Yeah. So my next step, all I need to do now is basically take the gacha data, all of the gacha result data, off the player's account and feed it to the party management system. So what's going to happen is the party management system is going to build your account every time you log in based off your gacha history, basically. Sort of. I don't know how I'm going to do that with like weapons and refinements though. I'm going to need to figure that out. I'll have to think of a system for that. But yeah, essentially that's what it'll do. Is it will that way you only have Nozomi if you pulled Nozomi. There's no other way to get Nozomi on your account. Right, where were those debug messages? Those other debug messages. That may have been all of them. Was that all of them? Now I'm sure I had a bunch in gacha, didn't I? Yeah, because I was outputting the full gacha response, which I don't want anymore, but I'll output that one. Whew, I need a break. I think Din's going to be ready soon anyway. I'll just give it one last little tempo. Yeah, that's cleaned this up much more. Yeah, we got Nozomi! Yeah, this is going to be the most generous gacha game ever made. On purpose. There's a 3% chance to get a SSR. So my rates are... It's 3% to get an SSR. Let's have a look at my script. Where's my cloud code? There it is. So there's 85% chance to get a R-rated item, a 12% chance to get an SR-rated item, and a 3% chance to get an SSR. And then guaranteed 1 SR within 10 polls, and guaranteed either the rate up SSR, there's no 50-50, by 50 polls, or if it's the standard banner, you know, even distribution across SSRs. Same for the weapon banner. And my gacha, this is how deep the gacha goes. This is my gacha script. So it all happens on the server. It deduces currency, it logs everything, checks everything, does the random rolls, includes pity, generates unique hashes against everything. It's just fucking insane. It's like 300 lines of code just to do the gacha pull. And if you were lazy, you could do it in one line of code, but it would be really easy to cheat. So yeah, I'm glad I took the time to do it properly. Seems pretty good. Yeah, I think the banners look good as well. I'm really happy with how they turned out. I think that one looks good. Especially adding the toy was the nice touch. Alright, I'm going to take a little break. We'll back this up. I think that's gacha almost finished. I just need to tidy up the single pull. I'm probably going to add a pity counter. I might add a rates button. And I probably want to add some kind of little visual indicator that you pull to 5-star or something. Make something glow or something at a certain point. But like aside from those little polishing touches, yeah, the main meat of it's working now, finally. Yeah, and I'm glad I took the time to do that because like that was gonna cause issues for me all throughout the game because I'm relying on pulling images from the web and then caching them as you're playing the game. This is to get around Unity's build limitation size for web games, and this is how we're going to be able to have like dozens of characters in the game because we'll just load them on demand. And so we're doing that with audio, we're doing it with textures, we're going to do it with characters. And so the whole game's just going to be like self-managed, which is a lot of work, but it gives you a lot of control once you get it right. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how things are turning out. It's a lot of work though. So if I build that out now, that should work, right? I just have to give myself some currency. I don't know that I want to do it right now. I'd also need a way, maybe if I put like a text control on here to test it in the web. Well, I guess for now I could just put it there, right? No, because if I did that, you don't even be able to see it when you did a. Let's see what happens if I try to say text user text equals. Is it Unity Gaming Services? Shit, I can't remember how you do it now. In auth. God, there's so much fucking stuff to remember. How do you get your player ID? Oh, authentication service. There we go. Authentication service instance player ID. Gotcha. That should show the ID of the. Oh yeah, it's not set. I forgot to set it. TXT player. Alright, let's try that. There we go. Yeah, we can build that out. Because then I could get some of you guys to test it in the web as well. Build failed. What? What have you been adding now? Well, this says if Unity editor. Oh my god. Well, I would just put end if on the whole script, right? Surely. Okay, seems happy now. I don't know when that'll take to build. No, I think it might take a while. Alright, I'm probably going to take a break there, go get some food, and I'll be back a little bit later. I finally got controller working with that RPG game. I had to use Rewased. There's the only one that would work with it, but I was going on my mind because the game looks good and I was kind of enjoying it, but I just cannot play games with keyboard and mouse. So it's that, I can't remember what the heck it's called, Black something, innit? Black something? It's on my desktop, but I can't get to my desktop right now. Where I kind of can. No, I can't. I can't even load. Where I can do that. Oh, the motherfuckers must have put it under all users. I can't get to it like that. Also, why have I got direct input 8.dll on my desktop? I have no idea. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but that one that was like a little bit like Genshin Impact, and it's like a turn-based RPG, and it had the Fox Girl in it and stuff. Because I was kind of like jumping in it off stream a little bit here and there, but I couldn't play for long on keyboard and mouse because it just drives me nuts. So I'd been trying various things to see if I could get a controller to work with it, and I finally got Rewased to work with it, and so I was finally playing it last night with control, and it was so much better. So I actually played it a fair bit. So I might stream that today. Stream a bit of that. I hope this works. I'm going to be so upset if this doesn't work. It should do. I already tested pulling images from menus and stuff like that, so that's all it's really doing. Bring some cloud code. Why is it not open the folder for me? Oh, it failed again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Failed with output. Warning. WebSocket legacy use of make dynamic call starting from end script syntax for make dynamic call has changed. Okay, I need to get this fixed then. This is fucking Jupity again. I have an error when attempting to build my Unity WebGL game. I think it's this script. Where was that? Plugins. What are we looking at? Make dynamic call. WebSocket make dynamic call. It's got to either be this one. Oh, this one. Actually, don't know if it is. Let me read that error message. Package cache, Unity Services Wire plugins, WebSocket.jslib. It does say, yeah, artifacts game assembly, undefined symbol, open in new tab. And this is where Jupity gaslights me and says, you're trying to X, Y, Z. And it's like, I am trying to. You're the one who wrote that fucking code, bitch. Mind you, to be fair, I can't really find a way to do this. You're right in suspecting that the problem is caused by JavaScript library function opening a new tab not being linked properly. Let's break this down and solve it. Undefined symbol means your C# code is calling a function, open a new tab, but the WebGL build system can't find the corresponding JavaScript function during linking. You have two gslib files. Library web link uses library web link, but only one needs to be used and must be named correctly as a gslib file and placed in the correct folder. Ensure web link is weblink.jslib. Maybe it is, or maybe I'm just assumed it was. Okay, it's not. So it needs to be called weblink.jslib. That might be why. Okay. It's placed in a folder called plugins. Yes, it is. The correct contents. Why do I have this open 6,000 times? Can I just have it open once, please? Well, actually, the file doesn't exist anymore because we just renamed it. Also, it's no longer a dot. Ah! I don't know. Well, I just turned it into a sheep. I don't know why I turned it into a sheep. Happens to the best of us. Right, and then it's saying to update the file contents to say that. Okay. And then it's saying use DLL import correctly in C#. Make sure your C# direct declaration looks like this. Alright, let's try that. See if that fixes it. I like the way it took fucking 14 minutes to like try and build my game and get right at the end before it decided, oh, that's not going to work, sorry. Could you not have told me 14 minutes earlier before you went and fucking built all the shaders for it and all the other shit? That would have been nice. I always said this though, it's always the things that seem like they would be the easiest that end up being the hardest. So like this error relates to something that you would just assume is super easy to do. You're running a game inside of a web browser, right? And you want to open a link, a web link, in a new tab. Well, you're already inside of a web browser, right? So you would assume that that's relatively easy to do. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. It's not. The ironic thing is it's easier to open a web link on a Windows build than it is in a web build. It's not ironic as fuck. That is actually ironic as fuck. Well, you can open a link easily, but then you... Because the problem is, it's not easy... There you go, it built. It's not easy to open a link in a new window. But if you don't open it in a new window, because your game's in that browser, then essentially you replace your game with the link that you're opening. So you get kicked out of the game, which obviously is not what you want to do, ideally. And so the issue is when you want to open it in a new link, which is probably what you're going to want to do. Holy shit, it's 870 megabytes now. Fuck me, that went up big. That was 300 megabytes the last time I built it. Yeah, that's kind of a little bit worrying, actually. I'm not sure what the limit is. I'm going to need to look at the limit on uploading web games to the thing. Oh, wait. Oh, I built a Windows build? What the fuck? Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, maybe I uploaded the wrong thing. I was going to say, that's... Why is that 800 megabytes all of a sudden? That's like... kind of crazy. Okay, that would be... the Windows build. Yeah, okay. It's 144 megabytes. Yeah, I was gonna say. Because I thought maybe I think 800 megabytes is like outside of what it'll let you build to for a web project. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. All right. Do I really want to do this to myself? It should be fine. It should be fine. All right, we're gonna test it. So what should happen is it should tell me I have insufficient gacha currency because I don't actually have... Oh, what the fuck? Okay, I need to grab this information. You motherfucker, what is this? Oh, there's a select all there. Huh. Okay, what is this? There's a lot of information. What the fuck is this? An error. An error occurred running the Unity content on this page. See your browser JavaScript console for more info. The error was runtime error, indirect call to null. Indirect call to null. You know what I think that is? I think that's... No, because that part worked. Okay, it's still actually working, I think. I mean, it's still playing music. Right, it shouldn't let me do a gacha poll because I literally have no currency. Uncaught runtime error, indirect call to null. Fucking hell, how big's this? Like, I hate this shit. Just tell me what the issue is. Set full screen. Oh, is that when I went to full screen? Well, I don't know where it is in this fucking massive sea of text. Let me try reopening the fucking page. I think I might know what it is. I think it's me trying to force full screen. It only happens when I click. Why isn't it resizing properly? Fuck is up. It also happens when I go into full screen. But the code that tried to force full screen is in start, and start is disabled, so that script shouldn't be running anywhere. So I don't even think it is that. What the fuck is causing that error? Oh my god. It's the last thing I fucking need. Okay, even if I don't click anything, it still shows up. It might be because I've like disabled, or it'll be one of those. Yeah, to be fair, I do get errors in the editor when I run it like this because there are some null references and things that I just ignore because I'm trying to test specifically the gacha, so there'll be some other. Let's see if I can find out what it is what is it that throws those errors. Right, coroutine couldn't be started in Clover, but where's that call coming from? Okay, it's coming from the story system. Okay, what if we disable story? Unexpected error during login. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Auth 77. Well, it's weird, right? It says player message and unexpected error occurred. I think auth is... trying to run too quickly. What if we put that in a start instead? It's an async void. Oh, we already have a start, that's why. Oh, shit. Okay, so call this do login. And call it at the end of start. How's that? How's it like that? It's still doing it. This only started showing up recently. I don't really know what the fuck is causing it. Unexpected error. Fucking error on error on error. Unexpected error during login. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Runtime compiler async task method builder set exception. Get account move next. That's script. Okay. Because this is a new issue, so I'll just... The error message indicates that no reference occurs in your do login coroutine or async method, specifically on line 77. No, it's not. It's line 77 is the debug message. The root cause, you're accessing authentication service instance player ID immediately after. Yeah. If the sign-in call fails due to lack of network or uninitialized services, player ID will be null. You should access player ID after confirming that the sign-in succeeded. Same issue. Same issue, but now it points to line 84. I assume is also the debug log which prints it. That confirms the issue is still tied to this line. Replace await and debug with this. Stop putting shit like that in my fucking responses, you piece of shit. I bet that still doesn't fix it. It's just guessing, it just doesn't know. Why act? It's so good at acting like talking like it knows. See, it doesn't. You haven't fixed the fucking thing. I don't know why it suddenly started doing this though. It never did this before. So it's saying the Unity ID is null. The player ID. Okay. I think we might be barking up the wrong tree because my debug shows my ID. Fuck off. Fucking twat. And then the null reference. Surely, if the ID was the null reference, we wouldn't have been able to successfully return it in the console first. You're absolutely right. Yeah, and I am. Tell me something I don't know. I think we might be barking up the wrong tree because my debug shows my ID and then the null reference. Surely if the ID was the null reference, we wouldn't have been able to successfully return it in the console first. Have I done something stupid? Text UIDs null. How did that happen? Probably because I moved it. Alright, whatever. Okay. Talk about not being able to see the wood for the trees sometimes. I should check these things. To be fair though, like, fucking error logging in Unity is kind of fucking garbage. Like, why can't it just say TXT? Like, tell me what's null. Is that really so hard to stack trace? Really? And then I know, oh wait, did I not assign it? And then I'll know what to check then. But when you have like a million fucking things it could be, and you just say, something wasn't there. It's like, oh, thanks. That narrows it down. Something missing. Yeah, something. Thanks for the error message. Error printing error message. There we go. We finally are clear of errors now. Hopefully that will work now in the build. Jesus Christ. I said I was going to take a break. But I just can't save myself. Hurry up, Unity. I'm getting younger, you know. Come on, you can do it. Do it faster. Oh my god. Right, I don't care. Well, I do care. But I sort of don't care if it doesn't work right now because I do need a break. So if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Look at it later. Well, I think it might work now. Oh, it's the other way around. iDLE game. Alright, there we go. Okay. Right, we shouldn't get... Yay! Because the buttons are now responsive. Wait, you weren't supposed to give me a temp... Oh, wait, unless this guy does have currency. I don't know. No, because it hasn't updated. That shouldn't have let me do a tempo. What the fuck? Oh, it didn't... Wait. Didn't do anything, did it? This is not a good sign. This is not a good sign. There you go, it's all broken. You're welcome. Alright, thank you for watching. Nothing works. Just wasting my life away. Well, the currency didn't update, probably because this guy has no currency. What's my user on this? XCS XC3 XC3. Oh yes, XC3. Wait, XC3 doesn't. Wait, XC3 literally doesn't exist. What? Oh, maybe it just created XC3. Where is XC3? Am I being blind? XC3 literally doesn't exist. Wait, am I? What? Oh, maybe it's because... Oh, no, I know what's gone wrong. Yeah, we're not actually logged in. This is an anonymous login. So it won't work with our game because like the player hasn't gone through account creation. So there's nowhere to store data, there's nowhere to read anything. There's nowhere to read pity from, there's no yeah, okay, that makes sense. I would need to log in as a actual player account. Not just some random Unity anonymous ID. Okay, that makes sense actually. Yeah, that's it's kind of weird how it pulled, how it did the gacha pull. That was kind of funny. Yeah, so in hindsight, it's gonna take a lot more effort to test gacha in the web. Because I can't just test it like it is now. I would need to have some function that lets me create a user account and then set up the initial account and then all that shit, which is kind of awkward. fuck. Oh well, it is what it is. Obviously, when the game's actually more complete, I'll do that. I'll make it so that you have to. I mean, I need to start looking at that soon anyway. Like actual starting to go through specific steps, because there's too many things rely on too many other things, right? Like the gacha system relies on having a player account, obviously, so that it has somewhere to store all the results and read pity from and all the rest of it. Currency. So yeah, I need to start looking at that, I guess. Oh well, I think it should be fine. It's just, it would be nice to get evidence that it's working in the web browser, but I would need to give myself a way of signing in through the web, which isn't fully implemented yet, so that I can be logged in as me or create a new account to test that with. So I guess it makes sense that it's not working. Alright, I'm going to back this up, take a little break, I'll be back later on. I will catch you later. Bye.